Okay, hi everybody, and thank you for coming earlier today. So we have a jam-packed agenda today. So it's Tuesday, April the 28th, and it's the Committee of the Whole agenda. And I would like to start by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Syilx, and the Snipes people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor the connection to their land and to the land and rivers, and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. I would also like to note that we are flying the flags at half-mast today in honoring those that are killed or injured at work, as it's National Day of Mourning. The National Day of Mourning is held each year on April the 28th, and is a chance for all of us to remember and honor workers who have died and suffered injury or illness because of their work. Last year, 185 BC workers died from workplace injuries or disease, a number that has frustratingly not decreased over the past decade. Of these, 85 were killed on the job and 100 died due to occupational disease. Each and every one of these workers leaves behind family, friends, and colleagues who will be forever changed by their loss. So I just give some thought to that. I was able to attend the memorial today in Lakeside Park, and for those that aren't aware, we have 2 stones commemorating those that have lost their lives at work. And this year in particular, one of the themes was addressing psychological impact of our work. Oftentimes we think about the impact that people die because of sort of the physical injuries that they sustain on the workplace. A number of these deaths were because of asbestos, and I see the police chief at the fire chief at the back of their room here. And the other thing is that they were honoring psychological health this year because they're realizing that that plays a big role in the health and welfare of workers. And so as a reminder for us to always be checking in with our colleagues and our friends, and that that is also an issue that we need to consider. And because the fire chief is here, I'm just going to ask him to come forward at this time, not because he's going to talk about the Day of Mourning, but to introduce Tristan Fest, who is our new deputy chief. So welcome to both of you.
Thank you very much. As the mayor said, so this is Tristan Feist. He's the new deputy chief of Nelson Fire Rescue, and he's got a little bit of a spiel prepared on a little bit of history on himself, if you can so indulge.
Please.
Thank you for having me. As the chief mentioned, Tristan Feist. I've been with Nelson Fire for about 4 months now, since January. Previous to that, I was with the RDCK as a regional fire chief and regional deputy fire chief, and then with Calgary Fire before that. Been learning lots since coming on the job, really enjoying it. It's been a really great group to work with. It's great to work with the chief and a great crew up there as well.
Welcome.
Ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. What would you say your kind of specialty with the year coming here with? I think I heard it was some wildfire or?
No, my background says city firefighter, city of Calgary. Yeah. With that, covered some training. I was with the aquatic rescue team as well, and then doing pump and aerial, so ladder truck and fire apparatus training. With the RDCK, we did a bit of everything there, a lot of administrative work. So we're based out of that office here, managing 16 volunteer fire departments throughout the district. Wow. So we've got a lot of exposure to more higher level administrative work, so budgeting, budget management process, and procurement as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Well, I'd like to
You
welcome.
know all of our council?
Not personally. The chief has provided me some basis to the names, but
Oh, I don't know. We better introduce ourselves.
I'm Councillor Keith Page. I was on the auxiliary before city council, and I run a small business across the street.
Hi, I'm Kate Tate, first term council. Happy to be here.
Jesse. Yeah.
I'm Janice Morrison. I'm the mayor, and sometimes I'm a physio and Sometimes I'm just trouble.
I'm Rick Lochtenberg.
Jesse Woodward, second.
Yeah, we don't want to take up a whole bunch of your time. The main reason why we were here was to introduce Tristan. My failing that I didn't bring him in here sooner. He's, like, as he pointed out, he's been here for 4 months, and it's been an extremely quick 4 months. We've been buttoning up the fire dispatch transition that we started about this time last year, and we finished the transition March 31st. It was a little bit later than we had hoped for, but we had a lot of conflicting timelines with just transition timelines through BCEHS and TELUS, and then getting our systems ready, and some challenges that we identified with radio integrations and all sorts of things. Some of the things that we are still sorting through, but we have a serviceable fire dispatch transition that we've fielded 124 calls since we have transitioned. Anecdotally, and with our new records management system, we're still working on the whole reporting side, and we don't have a whole lot of call statistics to pull reports from. So as we input more calls into our records management system, I'll be able to pull some more detailed reports. But our call-a-phone system has only gone off 3 times since we've transitioned, and I will guarantee you, prior to transition with that volume of calls, it would have probably been 20 to 30 times that it would have gone off in the middle of the night. So hearing from my crews, I don't know if you remember when in one of my previous presentations, the firefighters were called in 777 times off duty to come in for meetings, overtime call-ins, training, etc. And over 500 of those 700 times was strictly demand dispatch. So we've been able to significantly reduce the amount of overtime callback burden, not only saving money, but also saving on the mental health of the firefighters, and myself and the deputy chief included. The day before we transitioned, the call-a-phone went off 3 times in the middle of the night. The last time was at 4:40 in the morning, and nobody's getting back to sleep at 4:40 in the morning when you have to wake up at 6 to go to work. So yeah, it's been a really, really good improvement on everything. Solid improvement, solid feedback from the crews. The quality of the dispatching is better than expected. The crews are enjoying being able to get out of the station faster instead of having to take that call and field the call and spend all that time on the phone. As soon as they hear the tones go off, they can start rushing to the truck. They're responding to calls quicker. They're not tied to the station. We're in public more. Yeah, it's been an extremely positive impact. It's a great improvement.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you very much for coming in. Welcome to Team Nelson, and we hope you enjoy your time with us. So, and we'll probably see you out at probably at the markets every now and then, and fire smart activities, and I'm sure we'll get to see you around town a lot more. So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So moving on to item number 3, we have no late items. So going to number 4, if I could have an adoption of the agenda, circulated, moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Lochtenberg. All those in favor, and that carries. Thank you. Item number 6. It is the opinion of the council that the public interest requires that persons other than members of council and staff and any approved audiences be excluded from this meeting, and that the special closed meeting of council continues under section 91A and L of the community charter to deal with matters relating to the following: personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality, or another position appointed by the municipality, and discussions with municipal officers and employees respecting municipal objectives, measures, and progress reports for the purpose of preparing the annual report under section 98, annual municipal report. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Page. All those in favor, and that carries. Okay, if I could have an adoption of the agenda with one addition. So
It's like my moisturizer.
Yeah, yeah.
I know it's lipstick, but it's colored moisturizer.
For real, so.
Chambers, they're quiet at 59,
It didn't get decided.
but you guys took another 2 minutes. Anyhow, are we live?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the continuation of the Committee of the Whole meeting. We are now at item number 7 of the agenda, and that is the City Manager's verbal report.
Yeah, not a lot to report other than we continue to work on the FIFA World Cup event for June 24th here in Nelson. So I have a really great committee, both from Nelson Soccer Association, cultural community. We've hired a coordinator now to organize the event. So we're excited about that. Looking forward to working with the business community. We're going to have the kickoff event, the Canada Celebrates event on June 24th down at Lakeside Playing Fields. And 3 more days to celebrate the World Cup in our community and work with our local restaurants and bars to encourage people to go out and cheer for their favorite team and some type of youth soccer event probably on this Saturday to conclude our 4 days of revelry. Other than that, yeah, not a lot to report.
Okay, General Manager.
No, nothing too much to report. As mentioned last time, we are into just starting in the spring season. So you know that those gears have shifted, waiting for the growing season to really start. Other than that, there's not too much to be said
Okay.
since the last update.
And CFO, I take it we're still, Councillor Payne.
Can you, I do go by Josephine Street every day. It just looks great. They're all out there working, digging up holes, connecting things, filling in holes. It's very exciting. And only when you have a newly 2-year-old little person, you once again appreciate the mighty machines. Can you just give us a bit of a, how
Sure.
are we doing?
Yeah, so we're still on track to be complete for May long weekend. This morning, I think it was this morning or yesterday, this morning, the crews were started at 0400 to do a big tie-in on the south side of Baker Street. So these tie-ins are quite complex. So yeah, they got in there, tied it all in, everything was done and buttoned it up. So now the real complex part of the job is behind them on both sides, the south and north side. And they'll be moving toward Heritage Lane. They got, I think they counted it out today, it was maybe 8 or 9 lengths of pipe to go up there, some valves, they have to do some sanitary work when they're up there as well. So again, still on track to be finished on time. The pavers mobilized the site today. They're gonna start paving Thursday and they will be complete Friday to push that through. And yeah, so everything's going well. The crews have, like you said, been clicking along. I can imagine that it's any little kid's dream to go and see all the, as they're known as diggers working away, right? So, yeah.
Pretty much better than a movie.
Yeah, totally. It's like when you get them the gift and it's the box that the gift came in, that's the big hit, yeah.
And there's you haven't found anything that's of monumental importance? You haven't found the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow or?
Yeah, so the mayor is referring to what we might find under streets when we open them up. Nothing too much. I will say, sort of the one caveat as we move south toward Heritage Lane is eventually we're gonna run into rock, or theoretically we will. There's a higher probability. We did some test pits and hit some rock in one of those, so hopeful that we don't, and the sort of digging's been really good. It's all of the sort of glacial till that we see in a lot of that area downtown. But yeah, no real unique finds that I've heard of. The crews might have some other ones, but clicking along nicely.
Lots of historical stuff they
Yeah.
found in there.
Well, yeah, so I mean, that slows it down, right? So when you are doing an excavation of that sort, if you come across something that looks like electrical conduit or, you know, an old gas line, you actually have to get, you know, an expert in to tell you what it actually is and if it's energized or not, or if it's charged or not. So, you know, that can really slow a job down. And as you can imagine, you know, decades ago when we were last in there, we didn't necessarily have the best records of what was left when it was abandoned or not. There's multiple different people in there, so if Fortis or, you know, the gas supplier was in there decades ago and they abandoned something, they may not have necessarily done what we would do. So, you know, that's always a bit of the thing when you crack that open to see what you find, and that can delay a project, as can digging conditions can delay a project. But yeah, so all in all, things are going along swimmingly now, so.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yes.
I think it's really exciting when you think about this project because it's not just doing the work and getting it replaced. It's that whole future ready concept because the lines are there and that's all good. But now with the new technology, we know where everything is. So when any of those challenges happen, it's, tell me if I'm wrong, but it's minutes instead of hours while someone looks for where that possible connection could be.
Yeah, we know, and especially as we transition into GIS, all of that stuff will be there and be very well represented. I mean, we always have the valve covers, so you know roughly where the valves are, but it's all the other things that are underground. So as the crews are in there, you know, we know that that area has now been sanitized. We've taken out the old conduit that we found. I think that was the biggest issue, a bunch of old electrical stuff. And we know not only that, but we know that when we dig further down, that'll be there. So it's a good understanding, you know, this is our crews doing this. When they run into stuff like that, then we, you know, take the time to do it, carry on. With a third party contractor, that's a change order. So then we start getting billed over and above the price of the job to wait for that. So it's good that we get this intel as we go, because we, you know, the planning hasn't been completed, but as we move to the bigger Baker Street shot, we, you know, the theory is now that we'll be going to third party contracting to do that. So we'll have a more informed perspective to put into the request for documents that go out. That will just support more accurate pricing on the upfront and not sort of lose on that change order game that you really can as contractors get in the ground.
You raised Josephine, but the other large job that we're doing with the contractor, Case Contracting, was to service the Maglio lands and the new housing project down there. I was down there today. It looks like they've completed that job and I see foundation work going on at the new housing project, so that's all really exciting as well.
Another question, Councillor Payne?
Any update on the Vernon Street building?
We're again, best information we have is that their new financing is in place and they should be able to get back with full crews in the next few weeks or so.
Okay, awesome, good to know.
So with all that going on, I will turn to you again, financial officer. And are we still solvent?
Yes.
Anything else?
Nothing for me.
Okay, great. Thank you. So moving on to item number 8, council reports. Councillors, it's been some time. Does anybody have a report that they'd like to give? Councillor Payne?
I do indeed, and I have some show and tell as well. I was at the Nelson Community Food Center AGM. They have shifted to be a right to food partner now. But I would recommend anyone to take a look at their website. They talked about last year as being rooted in resilience because they've had a lot of challenges and they are looking for board members. I just need to put that out there for them. Just an absolutely incredible organization. They've got, one of the things I always like is the year in review where they tell you that they've had 7,576 total program participant visits. That's a lot of people in our community that are using their services. 2,100 volunteer hours, 7,200 meals served, and it just goes on. But they are definitely punching above their weight with their new executive director, Gord Andrusoft, who's jumped into the community after having moved here from Saskatchewan 6 months ago, and now he's joined the library board in addition to running the food center and looking at a few other things. Really great individual to add to our community. What else did I do? The Community Food Council meeting, which is a group of people across the basin. We generally meet about 4 times a year, although in a couple of months is the AGM. And one of the big challenges that many producers in the basin face is moving their product around. And especially as we look at the price of gas increasing, making those connections, and they have done a complete project on it, which I cannot do justice in any way, but they are building that out because they know how critical it is for the producers in our area to get their product to market economically. And the technology is available for that, and it's really just making sure that if somebody's coming down from the cusp, they're not just bringing spice or carrots, they're stopping and picking up several other producers' wares along the way to bring them and drop them off in possibly whatever communities they're coming down to, often going to the Kootenai Co-op to drop off. So always an exciting group to hang out with. I love hanging out with food people, and they have announced their next food expo will be in the fall. I don't have the exact dates, but FabX will be held in Kimberley this year. So if you love food and want to understand more about how our organization is rising to the challenge of supplying this area with good, healthy food, that's always a good place to go and find out. Yeah, we haven't been here for a while, but in the meantime, if anyone hasn't been out to an Earth Days month event, they've had so many events, I could hardly keep track. But the last one is tomorrow night. You can still make it. There's another environmental film happening down at the youth center. Nelson's Youth Center has participated just so awesomely, that's not really a word, but you know what I mean, in providing space for films to be shown every Thursday night in the month of April. Last week was a short documentary that was really excellent about a beekeeper out near Shore Acres, and they also screened John Steinman's film on honey that he did as part of his Deconstructing Dinner Knowledge Network series, which I think was like 12 or 14 years ago, he said. That movie was still just spot on. I think he could have made it yesterday, and most of the information was great. The caliber is really good. Nelson at its best is reconvening, and this is my last thing, there has been a lot, sorry, but Nelson at its best is reconvening their Together Nelson table, which is a separate group based on a federal program to reduce poverty. So that's been a real big focus for this organization. And if you haven't seen it anecdotally in our area and you need a little more inspiration to get involved or just get more information, British Columbia has just released the BC Child Poverty Report from 2025. Things are going in the wrong direction. Don't think that's a surprise to many of us in this room, and there's lots of factors that contribute to that I think around this table and in our advocacy work, we are all working to remediate, but we need everybody. So if that's an area of interest for you, they are looking for members of that Together Nelson table, and I would be happy to connect you with that group. That's a few of the things we've been up to. I'm assuming that somebody else is going to talk about AKBLG, so I won't.
You wanna share one thing?
Well, you held up that brochure and I'm sure you're aware that none of the rest of us in the room were at that meeting. Oh, yeah, Councillor Page was, yes.
What meeting?
That part, the first part, some of us had our jobs to attend to, so weren't able to go to the pre-conference, which sounded like it was pretty exciting.
Are you gonna talk about it?
Yeah, do you want me to go next?
Okay,
Yeah, so we had a KPLG on the weekend, all of our resolutions we put forward, including the amended and refined taxation simplification resolution were successful and passed and are off to UBCM. We had our pre-convention education session, which was well received with Mike Bershore and Mike Stolte. And they obviously gave a really good snapshot of what is the opportunity here in the Kootenays and what we could be leading into as local government, kind of highlighting even some of that malaise of regulatory environment that's been created over time organically and how we would conceptualize looking at it holistically to make things more attractive to capital so that young people who have opportunities could actually enact those opportunities. So in all, a really good update. I wrote something a little bit longer earlier, so on my Facebook, and some people can read that if they want. And then the other thing after that is shortly after we went down to Victoria for UBCM Advocacy Days. Our priorities, wave a piece of paper, is to recognize local government, specifically as an order of government. It's entrenched within the community charter. The province has not been coming to local government in a meaningful way on a number of pieces of legislation, and so we were really in the legislature as a team reinforcing the need for that and reinforcing having a longer time frame that allows for longer consultation to solicit feedback from places outside of the Lower Mainland. Will do a lot to benefit the construction of provincial policy that will actually make an impact. The other big piece there was we were advocating for emergency management and making sure we had dedicated funding and for capacity building exercises tied to the new requirements around the EDMA Emergency Management Act, that's responsibilities that have been downloaded onto us. And renewing long-term funding for Fire Smart. Obviously with the fiscal environment, a lot of things have been cut back on and just kind of highlighting some of those key areas where we felt local government needed to have that funding support. And then there was financing tools, which is more about DCCs and ACCs, which we don't really leverage in this area, so not really super high priority for this group. And yeah, I think it went really well, and I think we were heard. And obviously, this is a non-partisan effort, so we were heard just as much from the Conservative side as from the Green side as from the NDP side, and hopefully, we'll see some of that in action for some of this upcoming legislation that they'll want to try and drop on our laps. And other than that, I don't think I have any other updates for now.
Councillor Tate.
I have a question.
Yeah, question away.
With regards to the resolution that we passed, that's the online duty of care. And I think that there was some movement with that at FCM, and then I saw that our MP Rob Morrison brought what's this called?
A petition?
Petition, thank you. A petition to the Parliament. Is there any way to just make that all one movement instead of three siloed? Is there any?
I feel like I think it's fine that it's siloed because they're all pushing and creating pressure from different directions towards a goal. And I think at this point, like if FCM is doing some work, which is more just a legal scan of the federal piece and understanding what the Liberals are doing or envisioning to do. So that's good pressure to be had. And if the Conservative caucus is furnished with some good ideas and can speak to them and force legislation to make more sense, like it's about a balance, right? Like you start to get into tactics and it can become overburdensome in the regulatory side. And so trying as much as possible to reinforce that this is about ensuring the leadership teams are legally responsible for the consumer safety side of their products and let them figure out the technology overall. And because, community shows up in all sorts of ways. And I don't think it all has to be this one cohesive thing. I think it can be a bit messy as long as we're like building people's knowledge and they're practicing understanding this topic and they're rolling around in their minds from their perspective. Then they can all create pressure from different directions and something will come good of it. I don't think we need to write draft legislation at this point and make sure our MPs are like floating up, but I had not seen Morrison's petition yet.
And I think, just to follow up on that, I
Is it an
believe
opinion?
his was more pertaining to access to drugs and such, whereas I think the duty to care, I think that we put forward at AKBLG is a much broader concept, covering a much bigger issue. And I would agree with Councillor Payne is that the more you try to bundle ideas together, the more it's easier for them to say it's all out the window.
Yeah.
And so I think that having different approaches is important. I felt that MP Morrison's petition was very, very narrow. And I think that our concept of duty to care was quite a bit broader. So I think that we need to be pursuing as many avenues as we can with these big corporations, so. Councillor Page, did you have anything further?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, councillors, any other councillors have anything that they'd like to report?
I'll just,
Okay, Councillor Woodward.
thank you. So, JRC, Joint Resource Recovery, I'll just a couple highlights. Moving along, doing legacy landfill closures is kind of a big thing that they're tackling down there. And there was things there. And there was a whole piece on illegal dumping in our backcountry. That's of course a very big concern for the RD, but it's challenging because whose responsibility is it, and it's what's on Crown land, and so on and so forth. So that was a big complex conversation, which was interesting. I would say that, and then I sat in as the alternate because Councillor Page was at AKBLG trail, and so some of the pieces here. Sorry, I'm just going here. So I think along with what's happening in JRC with the legacy landfill closures, they've moved forward with the Odishenya Transportation Option 3 design. So it's they're reconfiguring Odishenya to basically handle a lot more load and people and traffic, and so that's now moving forward, and that project is on its way. And then just one other piece here. Sorry, there was a lot of pieces. One of the other interesting pieces was this idea of having Whitewater Ski Resort under wildfire protection, but they did a report and it's just not possible for the RD to offer that to Whitewater. So Whitewater's going to have to figure out their own protection systems. Yeah, it's just the idea. The trouble is the distance getting up there on one road. So yeah, and that's about it.
So just for the clarity of, because when we talk about the landfill, I just want to say that Udashenya is the landfill. It's in Castlegar, and it is the one where everybody in east, in central and west waste, which is more abstract terms, but basically everybody that's in the regional district that's on this side of the lake, all their garbage goes to Udashenya. So it's important that they look at reconfiguring that as much as we are trying to reduce waste as much as possible. This side, we are really always growing, and so when you're considering that this is coming from Argenta and you're coming all the way down and you're coming down from the cusp,
Yes.
and you're moving across, and that's where all of the garbage
Yes.
is going to, that's where it is. Because I think a lot of people don't know when the truck picks it up outside the driveway where it's actually going to at the end of the day. It all ends up there, whether or not you go to Groman or you're somewhere else, it ends up and Hudashenya, which is in Castlegar.
And there were these legacy landfills in all these little communities that are just not viable anymore to keep on going. So they're all being shut down and the waste is being trucked to Hudashenya.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Pinero.
So I wasn't sure I was gonna say anything about this, but I think I will. On April 19th, I attended a screening of an Oscar-nominated film at the Rod and Gun Club. It was called The Voice of Hindra Job, and it's a documentary style film about the killing of a 5-year-old girl in Gaza who was killed along with her family and shot 335 times by the IDF. Really heavy film. I wouldn't normally bring it up. I think that the state of the world and Nelson's, the people in Nelson's response to that is pertinent, however, and it was a really heartbreaking thing to have to watch. And what was great about it, I guess, was that there were people there, and I was really impressed with the level of engagement from the community, something that's so difficult, and it was a really affecting thing for me. And also coming up on May 14th, if this is something that people in the community, I believe people seem to care about it. I didn't know that there was a delegation that came to council a few weeks ago about a sister city relationship with a community in Palestine. And so on May 14th, Omar Al-Akkad is speaking at the Brilliant Cultural Center. He's the author of Someday Everyone Will Have Always Been Against This, which is an amazing book. I encourage everybody to read it. And a really amazing author, a Canadian author and if anybody wants to go and experience that, I encourage them to do that. It was quite affecting for me and everybody else there.
So just again, I've read the book, thank you for sharing that with me. And it's at the Mirror Center on,
Sorry, yes.
yeah, just so people know where to go. So it's the Mirror Center on May the 14th. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that with us. Anybody else? Councillor Payne, I'll let know if you've got more to follow up, and then I'll let her know, and then she can finish.
Oh, are you gonna talk about AKBLG at all, or?
You know what, I didn't,
That's okay.
I mean,
just-
we were all there and I figured that it would all be covered off by the time we got there, so if you've got some more to say about that.
So as we're sitting around and doing my favorite thing, throwing down so many acronyms that it's really hard to follow the conversation, I just wanted to say that AKBLG stands for the Association of Kootenai Boundary Local Governments. So once every year, councils, directors, mayors, city managers gather for professional development, which I think in this role is critically important because we all come from diverse places, which is so valuable to have a well-rounded, thoughtful group of individuals making decisions about how we go forward. And the group that organizes it was in Trail this year, and the group that organizes it, I think were inspired by the transition memo, which is the thoughtful handoff of knowledge and priorities. So that theme was asking us to reflect on what can still be accomplished in this term, which ends on October 17th of 2026, with the next municipal election, and how we can set the stage for councils and boards that follow. So I think a lot of the time, it's just not something we're completely cognizant of as we go about doing our business on a regular basis, and then all of a sudden it pops up. So I really appreciated that theme, and many of the speakers they brought in to, help us channel that knowledge. The value of being with your colleagues from around the Kootenai boundary, I can't even put it on a scale, because such, again, diverse experience, people who've been in service to their region, municipalities for 30, 40 years sometimes. and also the people who got elected in a by-election a year or two ago. So it's a very diverse range and so many opportunities to learn. I really just value that and highly would recommend, if you want to hear any more about it, reach out to any of your local council members. I'm sure we'd all be willing to share what we appreciated most from that experience that we can't really get in this 5-minute conversation that we have.
Councillor Tate.
Thank you, thanks for that. Sorry, Rec Commission was scheduled for tomorrow, but has been bumped to the end of May, but folks may have seen in the media, the ice costing going up, which I think that process has been ongoing for years, trying to accurately try to put a hourly cost on that. And so there is a plan to move towards a better cost recovery model for different aspects of ice rentals in the shared spaces. So it will depend on youth versus adult and rec versus non-rec and those sorts of things. But the staff has put a number of years into trying to make that a reality so that different groups can plan for the future and so that we can maintain our assets, which is something we're hearing about a lot, maintaining assets. And just a note, speaking of events that are coming up, on May 8th, 9th, and 10th is the annual Terry Walgren Soccer Tournament that Nelson Soccer Association hosts. And this year, I understand that there are 95 teams registered for Terry Walgren. So it will be busy, please carpool. That's all for now, thanks.
Excellent. Anyone else? Okay, all good. Great, so moving on, we are at the cultural presentation time. Okay, so I have a little bit to say, so if I could have Jane and Joy come to the front. So, established in Canada in 1998 by the League of Canadian Poets, National Poetry Month takes place every April and brings together schools, publishers, booksellers, literary organizations, libraries, communities, and poets from across the country to celebrate poetry and its vital place in Canadian culture. And I'd like to turn it over to Joy Barrett, our Cultural Development Executive Director, to tell us about our honoree for this month.
In recognition of this month, we welcome Jane Byers, Nelson's 2022 Cultural Ambassador, to read a selection from her hybrid memoir, Coming Home from the Candy Factory, published by Caitlin Press in October of 2025. Jane has also published a memoir, Small Courage, and 2 poetry collections, Acquired Community and Stealing Effects, both from Caitlin Press. She has poems and essays published in anthologies and literary journals, including I'll Get Right On It by The Land. Sorry, did I say that wrong? I'll Get Right On It. Is that all one saying?
I'll Get Right On It by the Land Labor Poetry Collective.
Oh, okay. I'll Get Right On It by the Land Labor Poetry Collective and Best Canadian Poetry, and was shortlisted finalist for the Federation of BC 2024 Writing Competition in the Creative Nonfiction category. Welcome, Jane.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for to all of you for your service. I know, having served on a board until quite recently, the police board, that you know, everyone who steps up works hard, so thank you. Creatives are bridge builders, storytellers, empaths. We use art to process collective trauma and envision a sustainable future. Telling stories, writing poems is an act of hope and empathy. The world needs more of this, particularly right now. So I'm just going to read a couple of poems for National Poetry Month. I will say that this book is written really about work, and it is based on a lot of stories and experiences I have had in my role that pays just a little bit more than being a poet, and that's being ergonomics consultant in the community. And one of the things I really wanted to accomplish in this book was to shine a light on jobs that we don't think about and that we don't give much credence to. And you know, one of the ways of describing jobs that is always, you know, felt really off to me is that whole notion about unskilled labor. I haven't seen a job, I've seen hundreds of jobs in my work of going in and looking at jobs that injure people and then trying to, you know, redesign the job so people don't get injured anymore. And then if that doesn't work, I used to send them to Mayor Morrison in her role as a physiotherapist, but anyway. So one such job is custodian. So for any of you who've walked through the doors of a public school, you will recognize this. Custodian. Each night, the middle school is cleaned to its pre-kid state. So when teachers and students walk through morning dew across green playing fields, they do so without regard for the cesspool their school would become were it not for the custodians. Like the fleeting gleam of those fish that clean dead skin off your feet at a Thai spa until you are tickled pink, Vera and crew eliminate dross that teens produce. Her broom, her microfiber mop, her cloth, her disinfectant, her garbage, her floor scrubber, her stripper, her toilet brush, her magic erasure, her vacuum. Citrus hand cleaner gets passed around the staff room when the custodians stop for lunch. Sandwiches and leftovers atop a table clean as a whistle. The whistle's clean too in the gym teacher's office with faded pink walls. The job demands she stands, broken up only by walking on wet tile, pushing mop buckets, reaching interrupted only by holding heavy tables and floor polishers close in. A quiet gasp with the overhead heft of trash bags into dumpsters. Her body pays with tendon frays, lower back pain, yet she returns before she heals because she won't leave them short-staffed. Scour locker doors of graffiti, pluck pink gum wads from beneath desks. Sometimes a straight blade is required. Wipe down all horizontal surfaces, dry and wet mop, wash blackboards, vacuum, fill dispensers with pink hand soap. Slop the gray water in the yellow bucket over the lip of a low sink, the smell of Zepp and wet filth. Someone needs to take care. Like in jockey underwear packets, she should leave a card in each scrubbed nook. Caretaking by Vera. All vim and vigor, the student's work is to say F you with graffiti, bubblegum, and shattered lights. Just gonna change tone slightly here, and I'm gonna read a poem about sometimes the way we stereotype certain jobs, and I will say that the racism encountered in this poem is something that our family has lived with. I'm a mom of 2 kids of color who've grown up in this community, and unfortunately there's still far too much of that. It's one of the reasons why I myself wanted to get on the police board, was to ensure that we were focusing on that and other ways of being more inclusive, responsive to our community. So this is called Slur Slurpee. Blue button-down shirt, khaki chinos, grounds for bullying in middle school, apparently, but only for the brown boy who is confronted with clerk at 7-Eleven by some white boys. No need to utter a word on the prohibited list when a proxy works. If confronted, the offenders would weasel out of code of conduct violations. What? He looks like my friend who works at 7-Eleven. It's back to a washer full of black hoodies, one for each school day, shielding his brown, beautiful face. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane. Could you tell us again what the name of your anthology is? And I'm sure that we can read it in the library. I'm sure the
Sure,
library has
yeah.
many copies. Could you just tell us again, please, what your anthology is?
So my book, which is a hybrid memoir because it contains both poems and essays, is called Coming Home from the Candy Factory. And it's available in all of the bookstores, including Kohl's, Otter, and Notably.
Great.
Or directly from the publisher, and at the library, of course.
Thank you very much for sharing your readings with us today. And thank you for your 6 years that you spent on the police board. I was glad you were there to help mentor me when I came as the new mayor to the table. So I appreciate those that were around the table when I first joined. So thank you again. Okay, moving on, we are at public participation. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak this evening? Okay, going once, going twice, time's up. Okay, we have no delegations this evening, there's no late items, so don't everybody get scared. I'm asking for a resolution to adjourn because we're in a committee of the whole meeting and we do not need to go into a business meeting. So resolution to adjourn, moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Page. All those in favor of adjournment, and that carries. So we've now closed the committee of the whole meeting. We're gonna go straight in to the special council meeting for April the 28th.